Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Superior Heights Football Field, John Wayne Fought Field House. We have the White Pines Wolverines against the St. Mary's Knight in senior action this evening. I'll be doing the play-by-play, and commentary will be provided by JB, Jonathan Bujold here, assisting me this evening. JB, what are your thoughts?
Well, big matchup for these two teams. Whoever wins this has a good chance at being the third seed in the playoffs. A nice 2-3 matchup and a potential shot at getting to the finals and avoiding Cora in the first round. St. Mary's lost this first matchup earlier this year by 7 points, so they would need to win by 8 or more here today to take that third place spot. Oh, man.
Onside kick. We do have a flag off of the kickoff.
Flag off the kickoff.
Offside on St. Mary's. Early here, they're trying a little chip shot, trying to get the ball early, and it's going to end up costing them.
And for the St. Mary's perspective, we were talking about this with Jay before the game. In my lifetime, I don't ever remember a time where St. Mary's went winless in a season. So, for a program that just a year ago was the top contender to the Cora Colts dynasty, and 2 years ago knocked them off their perch and won a championship. This young team is in rebuild mode. A lot of their veterans that carried them on those championship runs are gone and graduated. So it's time for the young men who will be the leaders of this team next year to try and take another step here this week. But they are up against a veteran White Pines squad. It's a short bench for White Pines, but definitely the most experienced team we've seen at the White Pines school in well over a decade.
Yeah, you know what, John, you were instrumental in getting that program back on its feet, and this is some of the kids that you started with, and have gone on to fruition here, and it's great to see them all out there. So.
Yeah, the grade 9 group we started with after the pandemic, or the grade 13s here today, and I can say without doubt they were the group that we built around and we saw potential in, and starting to pay a bit of dividends here today. Two close games this year, two close games, Superior Heights. Obviously win against St. Mary's here early in the season, and kicking off now.
Yeah, strong kick by Micah Cuglietta. Adam Hussein with the ball. Or is that Alibi?
Yeah, it's Adam, I think.
I think it's Alibi on the far side.
Yeah, and some decent protection, but when you have a speedster like Adam back, he's always going to try to find that edge because he has that home run speed. Decent return. He probably ran for about 50 yards, but gets maybe a 10-yard gain north to south on that. We'll get our first shot at Garen Pine and DJ Pine on the field of this offense here today.
Yeah, for sure. It's Garen had a tremendous start to last week's game, and he was just slinging it. And I was telling you earlier, it's the best I've seen him throw the ball yet. And they're going to need another performance like that from him for sure. So tough snap, and Garen's trying to get out of the way, but he's tackled right away by number 54 for the St. Mary's Knight. Tyler Cady in on the tackle right away. I don't know what that snap was. There's a little bit of issues.
Yeah, it was hard to tell if it was a low snap or maybe just mishandled by Garen on the reception, but it definitely messed up the backfield momentum and the timing of it. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a handoff to DJ Pine or not, but it ends up being a sack instead.
Not the start that they're looking for if you want to try and get things rolling. So Garen rolling, trying to hit his receiver. He's gotten to show him more. And it's caught. What a tremendous pass by on the money. Banged out of bounds by Diego Garcia for the St. Mary's.
Yeah, great placement by Garen Pine, running cross-shoulder throw. The nice thing there is to show Moore's body control and balance as he was being pushed as that ball landed and still was able to focus and get that ball in.
Yeah, it's a good thing that the Diego Garcia wasn't as big as Neshoba Moore, because he did push him a little bit early, as you mentioned, and they were able to get that off. So huge first down after that small miscue on the first down. Here it is, DJ Pine looking to run up the middle. Strong run by DJ. It looks like he got about 5 yards.
DJ Pine, a grade 12 running back, just a strong kid, lives in the gym, has really developed as a running back over the years. I remember his grade 9 year, he was just so raw, and it was a real struggle to get him to pick up the fundamentals, but as soon as you did, you saw it start to blossom into a great running back in grade 10. And now here this year, he's a bell cow for this offense.
Yeah, he had a super strong game last week. He was well over 200 yards rushing. So
2nd and 5.
looks like
Pine keeps it.
Pine kept it. He had alibi. They ran that play last week, John, and I know you were watching on screen, but it's something that was new to their playbook last week. They'd run and they were getting ready to pitch the ball just like in college football, and it was super successful. They even turned one of them into an Adam Hussein long run, and he made a touchdown on it. So
Yeah, and what do you take away as a defense? I mean, those are the three most dangerous weapons on this White Pines offense. You have to commit to DJ Pine in case he gets it, Garen Pine, a capable runner himself, and then you have the speed of Adam Hassan as an option there as well.
yeah, DJ Pine with another hard run here. Got himself a couple of yards. Tackled by number 97 for the St. Mary's Knights, Michael Omabuke.
And that's what St. Mary's needs here. This run game is going to be committed this game. Like, you know, White Pines is going to try and run the ball a lot. If you can keep them in second and long situations here, that's how you have a shot here at St. Mary's.
Yeah, but you know what, Garen, if he's going to sling it, they got to try and run the ball. But when he's hot, you got to keep it. St. Mary's is loading the box up here. It looks like they got 8 or 9 of them in the box right now. So Garen's got his receiver.
Calls incomplete.
Trying to get Anthony Hunt on the run there. He had him just a little overthrew him by a little bit. So I would assume since McCorkle is out, you're going to see Neshoba Moore doing the punting duties tonight. So
yeah, and as far as a punter, not a bad position to be in to have a backup like Neshoba. I think we're going to see a little bit more hesitancy on special teams when it comes to kicking field goals or maybe the kickoff. You might see them do a little bit more squib stuff, but as a punter, certainly a capable backup. And Neshoba Moore.
Oh, 100%. You know, we've seen him kick in the Summer Cat League, and seen him get rid of a few of them. So strong boot here, pinning the ball down. Number 31 for St. Mary's, Marcus Spatafora. Referee Chow getting in on the on the flag tossing, and I'm sure if we entered referee Chow into any of the flag tossing events, he would win for height.
Yeah, no doubt, and I think they might be calling Steve Day Nolan for a horse collar here. I'm not sure from our angle if I saw necessarily a horse collar, maybe a drag down by the jersey, but from the position that referee Chow is from, might not have been easy to distinguish.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll get our first look here at the St. Mary's offense here today. And I noticed last week when I was doing the call with Liam, they really struggled once they got into the red zone, but they were moving the ball well for the most part throughout the 20 to 20 yard lines. It's just a young team that really doesn't have that final punch yet when they get in the shadows of the goalpost. But we're certainly seeing a lot of their young players develop as the season goes on.
Yeah, so Aaron Juma under center for the St. Mary's Knights.
And a nervous first play for St. Mary's there to start as well.
Yeah, it looked like number 73 for the St. Mary's Knights. Deacon Lesage jumped. So looks like they were trying to catch him in a freeze play, and St. Mary's were the ones that jumped. So that's something if I'm the defensive coordinator, Michael Reed, I'm keeping my boys on the know there, looking for the freeze, right? So.
Yeah, and St. Mary's ran it quite effectively last week, quite a few times, getting Cora to jump offside. So it's definitely a part of their game plan to neutralize this defensive line's aggression.
So 1st and 15. Handoff up the middle. Trying to get bounced outside there is number 21, Hunter Jackson, and he's wrapped up quickly there by Didi Alibi, number 8 for the White Pines Wolverines.
And St. Mary's has a host of guys that can beat you on the ground. Hunter Jackson, one of them. Levesque, obviously Ren Levesque, number 5, is potentially going to be in there. I don't know if he's injured or if he's just getting the first series off. And then last game, we saw Jaheim Perot-Didier absolutely take over the run game late in the second half. But you can't forget about Juma as well, the quarterback, Aaron Juma. He has some wheels himself, and he will have a lot of quarterback design run plays to go along with his short to intermediate pass game.
Looks like they got Steve D. Nolan down, but not for too long. And, you know, I know there's a couple of players out tonight. It's brought to my attention. Liam Ouellette is out for the St. Mary's Knight, and Ethan McCorkle is also out for the White Pines Wolverines. So two of the starters not playing this evening for both teams. So it's going to impact how they're going about.
Yeah, Liam Ouellette, good athlete, used in multiple different ways. But for White Pines, McCorkle on special teams is a big loss. He is their place kicker, their punter, also a great receiver, can play defense as well. So definitely one of the vets that they needed in this game if they want to repeat their performance last time against St. Mary's.
Second and 13.
So a handoff to kick out right to Cole Rive. Got some distance there, but
Gets to the outside.
tackled
Down.
quickly by
Jacob
number
Day,
4, Jacob Day.
That's a 4x4.
And it looks like stop maybe right around the first down mark. Placement looks like it's going to be enough.
45.
It is, in fact. So
And Cole Rive, very talented wideout. They use him in the slot a lot as well. They even brought him into the backfield a couple of times last week when we watched them face Cora. Talented athlete last year in his grade 11 year, led the senior loop in receiving touchdowns. So he's certainly a weapon for St. Mary's, and they're going to have to find ways to get him the ball often here today.
So fake handoff up the middle. I didn't even see the handoff. That was so good. Nice smooth control. Tackled by number 8, Didi Alibi.
Yeah, and that's Jaheim Perot Didier. And last week, he didn't get a lot of action in the first half or even most of the third quarter. But once they did start to give him the ball, they found a new tempo and rhythm of their offense, and he dominated on the final drive for St. Mary's, getting it all the way into the end zone.
Looks like Liam Gregoire is down on a knee here early. White Pines can't afford with that small bench to lose too many other people here, so we might as well just stay live here. It doesn't look like it's too severe an injury, but you know, kids these days, they're not built like the rest of them. Before it was like, you know, and that's not a good or a bad thing. You know, back in the day, people, you'd have to drag them off the field to an injury, or they'd just say, leave me on, leave me on, leave me on. And now that there's, you know, more medical proof that you're doing worse to yourself, that now people are going off when they're hurt. So looks like he just rolled his ankle a little bit, and hopefully he's back quickly for the White Pines Wolverines, who are already understaffed this evening.
Yeah, and to your point about players taking a knee, and it's one of the hardest things I have to do when I was coaching men's team was to convince the veterans and the players that have been around for a lot of years, take a knee if you're winded or take a knee if you're not 100%. It gives us a chance to put a fresh body on. It gives your teammates a break. There's no honor lost in doing it, especially if you're gassed. Don't be out there playing at 50%. Let us get a fresh body out there and make a difference.
So we'll see what
First and 10, St. Mary's from the 52-yard line.
St. Mary's with their
Wolverines.
first down here, just over center.
Jumac, quarterback.
Hand off to number 24, J.D. Pro Didier.
Hand off to Pro Didier. Arthur Vincent.
And we've seen Pro Didier and Hunter Jackson in St. Mary's program for a long time now. We saw them in junior as a tandem as well. They're a tough couple of running backs. They're very strong. They're very low to the ground balance. They break a lot of tackles. They fight through arm tackles. So White Pines is going to have to do a good job team tackling. No arm tackling here today.
Yeah, full wrap up, right? And it's funny, I was down on the field, had to do a tape job there for one of the White Pines kids, and had a chat with a couple, told them they need to wrap up. That hasn't changed, right? Handoff up the middle to number 24, Pro Didier again. Looks like he gets a couple of yards, and it'll be third down. I don't think he got enough for first.
Yeah, great job by the interior D-line there. Really clamping down, forcing them to take the short gain. And now St. Mary's early on in this game have a big decision to make. It's going to be about 3rd and 3, and the offense looks like it's staying out.
Well, I kind of expected that. They're, you know, watch for a freeze call here, potentially, but they need 3 yards. It's a long 3. It's a full 3, that's for sure. So counting on that run game to get to anywhere. Or could be a rollout by Juma. He kept the ball a few times there last week on his own.
Oh.
And then again, one of St. Mary's receivers went over. It looks like number 17, Grayson Giordano, and you're going to see the punt team come out here. He's going to back him up another 5. So St. Mary's willing to gamble on it, and it's going to cost them 5 for somebody not listening to what the snap count was.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to get with a young team. And we saw a lot of mistakes by St. Mary's last week that cost them big opportunities in the red zone against Cora. They had a chance to keep that game more competitive than it was, but just young, youthful mistakes. And we've seen that with White Pines over the last few years too, as they've learned to become a more competitive team. And it'll probably come down to which one of these two teams makes the fewest mistakes here today.
100%. So number 17, Grayson Giordano, the gentleman that made the error, kicks it out of bounds. I'm not sure what the flag is for. You can punt the ball out of bounds. Must have seen something.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that would be either.
I didn't, unless somebody was holding somebody, but I don't know what the.
I don't see the officials conferencing either yet. So Well, it looks like they're spotting it right where the ball looked to have gone out, so maybe they picked up the flag.
Referee Edwards not even having a conversation about it, so maybe he thought it was a kickoff and the referee just got mixed up.
First down, White Pines.
So, because the ball's out pretty much where it went out, so
Their own
5 minutes here to go in the
31-yard line.
first quarter. White Pines again with the ball. Karen Pine back. Jacob Day in the area, but not blocked by number 41, batted down. Brady Stevens.
Yeah, and I think if I'm the QB coach on the sideline for White Pines, maybe I'm coming back to Guerin after this drive and just reminding him to go through his progressions a bit. He was watching Jacob Day from the very second he snapped that ball, and number 4 for, was it number 4 for?
Yeah, it was
Number
Jacob
4,
Day there trying to.
Jacob Day was blanketed as soon as the ball was on its way, so maybe encourage Guerin to go through his progressions. He had plenty of time in the pocket to look around.
Going for Anthony Hunt, wide on.
Oh, another good defensive play there.
Great play. To be honest with you, there's a little bit of hand fighting going on. The referees are letting it go, and that could have been close, called either way, but nonetheless, it was a strong defensive play, and Anthony Hunt just about came down with that one. He had him stride for stride, so.
Yeah, and you feel like that play's going to hit at some point here. That's the second time that they tried to go at Anthony Hunt on that go route to the right side. The first time, Guerin just overthrew it a little bit, but placed it where only his guy could get it. And on that one, maybe just taking a little bit more off of it after what happened on the previous drive. And this time, number 18, Cameron Kutalainen, was able to get something of it.
Shoba Moore back to punt. And he shanks one off the side of his foot.
Well, great awareness there. Was that Marcus Spadafora, I think? White Pine standing around watching that bounce around, thinking that it's just going to bounce out and it's going to be a dead play, but Spadafora definitely not waiting for that whistle. He saw the opportunity to take that down the sideline, and that's about 15 yards extra.
Yeah, you know what? I think they were expecting the kick to be a little bit longer, and they were standing around, and I'm sure that, seeing how I know Coach Boswell pretty well, he's going to be having a chat with them over there and making sure that they got their head on a swivel here. So St. Mary's benefiting from a strong run back by Giordano. Looks like they're going to get the ball at the 32 or 33 yard line of White Pines. Juma under center. Hands the ball off to Hunter Jackson. Hunter Jackson gets about 2 yards.
Yeah, and 90% of the time, I'm a very big supporter of the run game philosophy and offense, and I almost always tell my running backs, look for the cut-up field. Don't fall in love with bouncing it outside. But on that play, I almost think that Hunter Jackson had the outside. Just second-guessed himself, cut it upfield, and went right into the traffic. So good contain there by White Pines.
Yeah, Wayne Jones-Reed strong on the tackle. So Wayne Jones-Reed having to go both ways, obviously. They got about 4 on that play, so 2nd and 6. Trying to get a receiver. And it's almost picked off. Jacob Day got a hand on it. Giordano missed it, so.
Yeah, that was well behind the receiver on the slant route there, and Jacob Day had a higher chance of catching that than the receiver did. And at the end of the day, it's still a knockdown, and it's going to be a 3rd down for White Pines here. And we saw this field goal unit have success last week for St. Mary's, so it's a good chance this could be 3 points on the board here.
Yeah, this one's a little bit past the mark is set at the 30, so this is probably would be a 37-yard field goal. A late substitution here. Hunter Jackson running off the field late. And they're going to try it here from the 36 or 37-yard line. And the kick is good. Micah Cuglietta coming in strong after that short drive, and he puts them on the board 3-0.
Well, he was their leading point getter last week for St. Mary's. I believe he had 3 or 4 field goals plus an extra point. So he gets them started off here as well. And once again, it's the red zone that ends up being the bane of St. Mary's offense. But if you're White Pines, you're counting that as a very lucky break because that punt sequence really put them in their own end pretty deep.
Yeah, for sure. And, I remember Micah when he first broke into high school. He was with the Cork Colts and made the transition to go to school and with his friends. And he's over at St. Mary's, and he's been nothing but a standout for them since he's got over there. So See what Garen Pine here and the White Pines offense can do with 2:55 to play. Pitch out to Adam Hussein, turning the corner, running over people, wrapped up strong.
Yeah, that's that play action option play that they ran earlier in the game too, and that time, great job by DJ Pine, faking the handoff, took a bit of contact initially, but that sold the linebackers, and that gave Adam a couple of opportunities to break outside, but DB's doing a good job corralling him for a 6-yard gain.
Yeah, you know, that play was super successful, and when you're running that, you got to get that to the wide side of the field, and if you get that, and there's not a lot of people that's going to catch Adam Hussein when he gets out wide like that. DJ Pine with the run up the middle.
The alibi goes for a couple good hard yards up the middle.
Yeah, DJ Pine corralled there pretty quickly once he got the ball. Good job by this St. Mary's D-line, focusing on that interior run game for White Pines that was so successful last week.
Sorry, DJ Pine.
And we will see if White Pines can make an adjustment in their run game and get something going.
You know what, John? Ironically, last week when we were calling the game, I said that when DJ gets to the hole, he's got to put his head down and just keep going. He did that at the first couple plays of the game there. He got to the line and he was kind of a little bit hesitant, but it was like I said something and he got a hold of it because from then on he just blasted himself through the line and, bad snap here. Neshoba Moore able to get one off. I'm not sure what the play was.
I think that's just a short punt for safety, they're calling it, but
that was more than 20 yards he punted that ball. I'm not sure why they blew that dead. I'm going to have to get clarification. I understand the safety rule, but if you kick something 20 yards, that's, he rolled it back from where he was, so.
First and 10, St. Mary's.
the punt team being the downfall of their field position in White Pines right now once again, but good job by Neshoba Moore to at least get something out of it and not take the big loss.
33-yard line, I'm assuming?
Looks like the 33.5-yard line, they're going to take the ball over, so St. Mary's in good position here. 3-down football and senior makes things go a lot quicker, so 1:34 here to go in the first quarter. Juma handoff to number 24.
Handoff to
Pro Didier. Steve Day-Nolan in on the tackle.
Yeah, and Neshoba Moore timed up his blitz really well there. He was the one who initially made contact, but was just fell off of Jerome Jaheim Pro Didier there. He's just such a strong back, and you really do have to group tackle him and wrap him well because he is a strong runner. He will break free of tackles if you don't get a good hold of him.
Another guy down for the White Pines. They can't keep having these guys go in and out. It's going to kill them. You know, at some point you have to, it's a tough sport, right? And it's tough when guys are going out for, it doesn't look like they're too injured, and it's just a different generation, I guess. Johnny, I'm used to guys just, plodding through, but when they get up and walk off that easily, I don't know how hurt you actually are. So, Juma under center, 2nd and 4. Another handoff up the middle, and he's broke free. He's in for the touchdown, Pro Didier.
Well, we saw it last week late in the game, like we mentioned before. Jaheim Pro Didier took over against Cora in the second half, and he was the whole reason why the St. Mary's offense started working late in that game. And you really do have to be working as a team to take him down. And on that play, you just had a lot of White Pines defenders standing, watching the play develop around them. And Jaheim is not the type of guy who's going to shy away from contact. He embraces it, but if you don't get him at all, it's going to be a touchdown almost every time.
Yeah, you know what? He got up the middle there, and he just kept going, and he was able to break free, and there wasn't anybody home on the top side, so Coach Reed and Coach Baswell over there are going to have to make some adjustments. You can't let him run up the middle like that. So the kick is good. Kugleta pounds it through. 10-0 early here for the St. Mary's Knights in that game. 46 seconds to go in the first quarter. It's been pretty quick so far.
Yeah, and St. Mary's, their game script is run the ball. And if you're White Pines and you're the defensive coordinator on the White Pine side, you got to challenge your D linemen and your linebackers here. We're going to stack the box and we're going to dare them to pass the ball. We're going to stop this run. And so far, the energy that we're seeing from the White Pines defense just isn't aggressive enough. They're not rising to the challenge. Hopefully they get it shaken off and they get back their heads back in the game, because they're going to be asked to do a lot here today. This St. Mary's team is committed to running the ball, and especially with a 10-point lead, you're going to see that even more now.
Yeah, you know what? It's pivotal. They don't understand what's on the line here. You got to play with a bit of a sense of urgency, and they got to dial in, and everybody's got to step up and help each other. So
we talked about it before too. That tiebreaker for that third spot is essentially a 7-point spread. You just have to lose by no more than 7 points. And White Pines, if you're a team that's trying to go into the playoffs with the right mentality, it's got to be a mentality of we're going to come back in this game and we're going to earn that third spot with a win.
yeah, you know what? It's got to be with a win, or obviously you've said it's a one-score game essentially. They have to be prepared for, and that's pivotal right now. And they got to have a sense of urgency here on this drive. And Coach Robinson Wright's running the offense for the White Pines Wolverines as their offensive coordinator, and he's got to start getting into his game here and calling some plays that are going to work for them. So.
And for our soccer fans, if you don't understand what it is we're saying with the tiebreaker, treat these two games between these two teams this year as an aggregate score, the home and away. Right now, if you count it that way, you have to look at this score as really being 10-7 for St. Mary's. And the players on the field have to feel like it's that close too.
Agreed. Little chip shot here. Caught by 25 for the White Pines Wolverines. Islam Shafraz. That's the first catch I've seen him make, and smart play. Very cerebral young man. Played for me on the White Pines basketball team last year and made a great play, and he got stung a little bit on it, but he was able to grab the ball and get down, right? So great field position to start here for the White Pines Wolverines, probably the best that they've had so far, and they're going to get the ball at their own 47-yard line.
Yeah, I love that we get a chance to shout out Islam. One of my favorite players that I've ever coached at the junior level. Just such a polite kid, willing to work hard. Anything you asked him to do, he was more than excited to be a part of doing it. So like to see him getting involved here.
Pass up the middle to Arthur Vincent, and it's good for probably about 18 yards. So,
well, it's the White Pines Swiss Army knife right there, Arthur Vincent. Anybody who asks me what I think about the White Pines team, I'll always tell them the player that you haven't heard of but is the most important to this team is Arthur Vincent. He goes kind of under the radar. He plays a lot of thankless positions, but if you've ever coached at White Pines while he's been there, he is the team MVP almost every year when it comes to the internal awards.
Yeah, 100%. Super kid.
It'll be the last play of the first quarter, barring a penalty.
Garen Pine just not on his mark so far. They need him to get hot. So that's the first quarter half, and we're going to do a flip to this year. But as you were talking about, John, Arthur Vincent, I was coaching him basketball last year, and then unfortunately we lost him to his ankle injury when he broke his leg. And, I was so looking forward to coaching because I knew, the family so well. I was tremendous friends with his grandfather, Keon, who passed away tragically, with his wife, and, their daughter Ashley I've known for forever. So, just the family dynamics, just such polite kids. They do such a great job raising them, and they never say a word. Yes, coach, and that was it. And I was disappointed to lose him last year, but super glad to see him out here on the field making a difference. So 2nd down and 10. Garen Pine's got to get hot here in order for these White Pines Wolverines to succeed.
Pressure coming.
Garen's turning and going the wrong way. He's got to duck that, and that's they had look at the vertical routes that they ran on that, and I'm going to chastise Robinson Wright just a little bit here. You can't run 4 verticals when your quarterback's in trouble. When you see a blitz coming, there's got to be an outlet receiver, and everybody else was 20 yards down the field. That's just not smart football.
Yeah, and a great job by St. Mary's to dial up 7-man rush there, and White Pine just had no answer for it. Garen Pine maybe thought about taking off there for a second, but by the time he'd look back to see if there was another way to his right, all the pressure was getting to him at the same time.
Yeah, you can't leave him trapped like that. So hopefully this snap's a little bit better. Again, another one.
Yeah, and the issue with long snapping is once you start to have a little bit of doubt in yourself, it becomes really hard to settle the nerves. To anyone who's never tried a long snap in a live game, that's one of the most difficult positions there is to play in football, is the long snapping position, and it's a very mentally straining one too, especially when you make a mistake early in the game.
Yeah, I don't know what they just got to get that snap down. If I'm somebody on the sideline right now who's ever doing the snapping, I didn't get a chance to see, but they just got to get over on the sideline and just practice it. And they're just, I watched him snap the ball, and he put way too much into it, right? This should be a smooth thing. There shouldn't be any herky-jerky movements when you're long snapping, and that's costing them huge right now. Like that, they could have been a flip the field here, and now you're giving St. Mary's the ball on your own 27-yard line. Strong tackle there by Steve DeNolan along with Lawrence Solomon Ward.
Yeah, for the White Pines linebackers, that's what you need to see there. When you have these big running backs in Hunter Jackson and Perot Didier, it's got to be team tackling. It can't be individuals or arm tackling. It's got to be one guy holding it up and letting the group come and help you finish the play.
Yeah, and they got to get into those punch-outs. They need a turnover here. You can't get down 3 scores to this team. A worst-case scenario, you got to let them settle for a field goal, but you can't get down 3 scores and expect to just walk your way back into this game. Juma back to pass. Out in the flats to Hunter Jackson. Pushed out of bounds by Steve.
Flag at the end of it, too.
Jacob Day.
I think that was a high tackle around the neck area, so I think a flag came in that'll push them to the 1-yard line, if I'm not mistaken.
But, I mean, high tackle alone, as long as it wasn't a face mask or a horse collar. Like.
Yeah, it's hard to see from our position up here, but I think that's Mr. Chow down on that sideline.
No, he wasn't the one that threw that. That was the other referee. I don't know his name.
Okay.
They called that a horse collar. Well, hand around the head is fine. We just got note from the booth here that it was a hand around the head. You are allowed to grab somebody by the head. You just can't grab them by the face mask or the ear hole or an opening in the helmet. So that's the wrong call. I give credit where credit's due, but when you make the wrong call, you're going to cost people.
They're going to call this one off before it's snapped, it looks like.
And that's procedure against St. Mary's, so that's going to back them up 5 yards.
I'm trying to do the Philly tush push there maybe, and falling prey to the same focus that's been put on that play in the NFL.
Yeah.
O-line trying to get an early jump, and it's called right away here by the officials on the field. That kind of brings us back to where we would have been if the play had just gone out of bounds with no penalty now.
Yeah, agreed. So karma does come to fruition here.
What's the saying? The ball don't lie?
Yep. So it'll be first down from the 6-yard line. Juma rolling out. Oh, and there's a penalty. And that was during the play. That was not after the touchdown.
Yeah, it looks like from the far side there. See what that's about.
We're going to see who this penalty's on.
I thought I saw official Edwards point towards the defense.
Could be.
A long discussion here with
referee Hazelton. Rough play is the signal against St. Mary's. No, that's the wrong call. That play was not in. That was not scored.
Unnecessary roughness against St. Mary's.
Oh yeah, so
that was not. He had not scored when before that play was done. And they're going to give him that touchdown, which is wrong, in my opinion. I'd have to see replay. I could be wrong, but in my opinion, that happened during, not after. It was not one of those first down plays, so White Pines is going to take the penalty on the kickoff, but now that's putting them down in a hole, 17-0. So they're going to have to answer here, JB, and answer quickly.
Yeah, you need to bring this to at least a try to get this to a one-score game before halftime and give yourself some life going into the break. And the unfortunate thing about being behind against the St. Mary's team, they run the ball predominantly when they are down, so never mind with a lead. They're going to eat that clock a lot with a lead like this, and White Pines is going to have to be opportunistic. They're going to have to find ways to get takeaways. They're going to have to start producing on offense and putting together some good drives here. Because against the St. Mary's team, that's a big lead when their entire philosophy is running the ball.
Yeah, there's lots of coaches out on the field having a say to the referees here, and that's usually just ruled to one. Like, you can ask a question, but at some point, enough's enough. You got to just roll on. It's up to head coach Monaco to have those discussions with the referee, not one of the coordinators.
And the officials crew short here today to begin with, so you might have some disagreements with what the officials call here, but at the end of the day, it's not going to help you to be at odds with this officials crew when they're already stressed out about being down a man or two.
Yeah, you know what? They're not going to reverse their change, right?
No. We see Mr. Brad Jordan down there on the sideline here today too, so don't see him do a lot of officiating these days, but a Sioux football legend here, one of the original stars of the Steelers back in the 1970s and 80s. Good to see him still out once in a while when they need him.
This is going to give White Pines an opportunity to get a run back in potentially. So, strong kick by Cuglietta. Fielded by Jacob Day. And tackled by number 51 for the St. Mary's Knights, Trecarton.
You have to think that St. Mary's making a conscious choice not to kick towards Adam Hassan, but they've kicked off twice the White Pines, and they've kicked it right down the middle. The first time Adam came in and just took it himself. That time it was far enough over where Jacob Day was the one who decided to return it.
You know, Jacob's just back. This is his second week since his ankle injury, and he was out for an extended period of time. And, back in junior, you can dance your way around people and make people miss. But when you hit the senior level, it's you got one juke, and then you got to just turn the jets on and get going. So Coach Bazwell's got to get his team flipped around here. They just don't look like there's no sense of urgency right now, and they got to jump up and get going.
Hand off to DJ Pine.
DJ Pine with a nice strong run.
Yards after contact.
Gets about 5 anyways.
Shawana with the tackle.
Yeah, it almost looks like he ran into one of his blockers there initially, but was able to keep his forward momentum going and still fell forward for another couple of yards. At least giving them a 2nd and 5 situation.
St. Mary's is loading that box. They're making it really tough to take that run away from White Pines, and White Pines has got to take advantage of that.
And I just going off of that sideline reaction, there was a couple of guys that got excited, but not the whole bench.
What a beautiful throw.
Darren Pine on a slingshot. Anthony Hunt came down with that. I had the catch, John. I was right there, and he reached back and changed directions, and that was a superb catch by Anthony Hunt.
Oh, and that's vintage Darren Pine too, just scrambling away from pressure and throwing off of his front or back foot on the move. That's just something that you don't see a lot of quarterbacks at this level capable of doing. But that is something that's a part of Darren Pine's game.
So 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line of St. Mary's.
Oh, and a miscue.
Garen Pine busting out to the outside.
Miscommunication in the backfield.
Strong run by Garen Pine there for about 6 yards.
Flag coming out from official Hazelton there as the backfield judge, though. Yeah, miscue in the backfield. DJ Pine or Garen
were come back.
Rather one or the other was off with what direction that handoff was supposed to be going. Luckily, Garen Pine type of quarterback where he will go and try to get something with his legs. But on that play, it looks like somebody was getting a little bit handsy with the blocking scheme.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened there. That block was Hazelton threw that flag for something on the interior, and it really didn't need to happen if you're an interior lineman because Garen was already gone out the other side with the ball. So you know, you got to make those blocks and you got to know when to let go. Like obviously as a lineman, you're trying to catch right inside the shoulder pads and steer them the way you want, but you got to let go when they're going the reverse way, right? So.
Yeah, and there's a bit of an art to holding. I'm not going to say in my years playing O-line I didn't hold a little bit, but you know when to let go and when to not draw attention to it.
Oh, he terrific defensive play there by number 18, Cam Contalainen.
Yeah, it's a couple of times he's made a big play in covering Anthony Hunt, and that's turning out to be a good matchup here. As Cantalainen's gotten the better of the number 1 wide receiver here today without McCorkle on the field.
Yeah, you know what? They need somebody like Neshoba Moore to step up here as well and try and make a difference.
Yeah, shouldn't say number 1 wide receiver. I just haven't seen a
No,
lot go to Neshoba here today.
What a trip. Guerin threw that right in the breadbasket, and, you know, credit to number 41. Brady Stevens has made a few plays here this evening, and he had Neshoba on the run there.
Yeah, and we speak about Neshoba, and then we see him targeted right away, and great throw by Guerin Pine throwing him into space. You don't see Neshoba drop that play very often. He had 2 hands on it, but just a great aggressive punch out there by number 41, Brady Stevens, at the end on that play.
Yeah, you know what? He had him, and again, you know, Guerin Pine's been having to run, and I don't know what's going on with that O-line, but, you know, there's not too many O-line guys hurt over there, so, and I know, you know, a couple guys got some tape jobs, but, geez, they got to get these down. And
well, you know, St. Mary's is dialing up pressure. They're bringing a bunch of guys to the line. They're really trying to stop that run, and the benefit of that pressure, when it isn't a run play, it's making Guerin have to improvise, so maybe start to get more into some intermediate and short passing, some quick passing game. Because this downfield stuff, you're just not going to have the time to do it at the moment.
Yeah. White Pines was a little jittery there on that line. Looks like Cam Wynn was in the wrong spot, and he went to fill a spot, and I don't know what's going on there, but referee Jordine threw a flag, so it was definitely procedure against White Pines.
Looks like it's going to be a timeout to try and settle the troops here by Coach Batman.
So White Pines with a quick timeout. We'll stay alive here. It's just as easy. So this is a timeout to settle these guys for sure. And, you know, Andrew Batman just is such an intense coach, and he's just trying to rally the troops. And, you know, people got to know their assignments. We're in the last week of the regular season, and you don't know where you're supposed to go on your specials. And, you know, maybe that's indicative they didn't get to practice and they made some changes. But, geez, you can't be making those sloppy decisions the last week of the regular season before you're heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think some of that might be players tapping themselves out of the game or injuries that have come up this week, and guys just not being used to being called on in these situations. But, you know, that's why it's important to pay attention in walkthroughs. It's important to look at the team chart before the game and know where you're supposed to be. If you're unsure of what you're supposed to do on a specials team play, go out and ask your coach before you walk on the field. Don't wait until you're already out there to do so. I think that's just the challenge of coaching these young guys sometimes, is they're afraid to speak up and say, I don't know sometimes.
So after this brief timeout, 6:37 to go, White Pines getting ready to punt. And that punt's finally there that time. And Neshoba gets one away. St. Mary's receiver trying to make something happen down there, but
geez, another flag.
Another flag, and that looked like somebody got whipped around pretty hard there. I'm going to go with that's a personal foul again, or maybe there was a block in the back, but it looked like somebody got, when they were tackled over there, they spun around pretty hard. So
I know, credit to the young St. Mary's crew here today in this first half. They are the younger team out of the 2 of them. You know, they've had a rough season, but they came out here determined not to let that win column be a goose egg. And they've held their water better than White Pines here has so far. Fewer penalties, fewer mistakes, better special teams play, and it's resulted in the game starting to slip away from them. And that's just the benefit of playing a clean game, is the score adds up quick if you're doing little things right.
So it's critical here right now, John. I think this is could be the, you know, sports Sioux Sports turning point right now. This is, White Pines has to get off the field with a stop here. I think it's critical. You can't go down, you know, another score. Pro Didier still chugging his legs.
Beautiful.
Brought down by
Kick number
Steve,
one.
or
Carries
Jacob
a few
Day.
Wolverines.
Looks like Jacob
For about 9
Day
yards.
and number 2, who I don't have a number for.
Gene Pro Didier is just, he is that hammer right now in this St. Mary's offense. And in a game that's felt flat for a lot of it so far, he is not playing flat. He is playing with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and he's running the ball aggressively. And he's challenging this White Pines defense to stop him short, and it's just not working out for them.
Juma handing the ball off again. Great tackle there. Arthur Vincent coming up strong for the White Pines Wolverines on second down, making a great tackle.
So I mentioned it before, for years now, we've watched Arthur Vincent and the St. Mary's, or the White Pines staff, just be that game-changing player who's not always recognized by the other staff or the fans for being that flashy player, but when you need a big block or the tempo is down and you just need something to change the feeling on the field, Arthur Vincent doesn't lower his gameplay because the play around him feels flat. He's going to play at the same level no matter what's happening on the field, and there's an example of it.
Yeah, 3rd down and 2. Watch for the freeze call here, I would think. And that was pretty close to being offside there. Number 4, Cole Rive, getting outside, running into his own player.
Cole Rive with a good hard run, sidesteps a couple tackles
Well,
early.
Cole Rive may be the most talented offensive weapon on this team, and he hasn't been used a whole lot because these young running backs are doing a good job running up the middle. But the problem is you start trying to stop those running backs between the tackles, you're going to start to give away stuff on the outside. And a great play call there by St. Mary's to get Cole Rive out in space.
Yeah, you know what, on that play, though, I'm telling you, that sure looked like it was offside. St. Mary's receiver was into the neutral zone when that ball was snapped, and that's something that I'd be drawing attention to. You know, I'm a stickler for details, John, when I was coaching.
First
So
and 10, St. Mary's looks like from the 24-yard line of the Wolverines.
handoff up the middle. Didier
Back to
again.
throw, Didier gets spun around. Another good
Strong
hard
run for him.
He gets close to
Well, he has
first
been the
down
player
yardage,
of the
not
game
sure
so
where
far
they're
here today. He has just been running with an aggression and intensity, and White Pines just hasn't been able to answer.
But you know what? You got to give credit to that O-line too. They're
Absolutely,
opening
yeah.
those holes up, right? So you're a former O-line guy. You know what it means to if you open a hole up. What that feeling's like. You know.
Yeah, and I don't mean to do the O-lineman's, what's called blasphemy by not giving them credit. But it is nice when you're an O-line and you get the guy to the second level and he still fights for another 5 yards and makes your stats look better as an O-line too.
So first down. Juma going for a quick pass up the middle, and that is caught.
Little hot
Cole
pass
Rive, a
throw.
little hot pass. And I don't know what Coach Reed's doing over there tonight, but he's got to change the game plan. I think they just seem so disengaged, and this is not the team that I've seen every game this year so far, and they are so flat right now, and it's showing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we both have a soft spot for White Pines, obviously, just with our connections to the program. It's kind of disappointing to see how they've come out here today. I mean, these players really aren't playing like they have a chance to finish with a historic mark for their team this year. And St. Mary's is taking advantage of it.
It's going to be a quick night here if they keep this up here. We're 3 minutes to go here in the first half, and White Pines just come out flat. What a terrible time for them to come out flat at.
Yeah, maybe the biggest game of the program's last 15 years or so. I mean, it was great that they won earlier in the year against St. Mary's and getting that long streak of not winning at the senior level off their back. And for a small school, any win or any competitive game, there's a moral pride that goes with it, just facing a bigger school like this and doing well. But they had a real chance to finish third here this year in the standings, and a chance to get another rematch with Superior Heights, who they've had 2 amazing games against this year and just kind of let it get away from them in the fourth quarter. So we could have been talking about White Pines potentially having a shot at being in the finals this year, and it's slipping away from them here because they just weren't ready for this matchup today.
And you know what? I don't think we can write them off. Anything's can happen, but they're going to be going up against a juggernaut in Cora with a extremely talented running group and well coached. But they have potential. We're not writing them off completely. They played Cora strong for a couple of quarters, and just Cora runs you and wears you down. But It's going to take us, the effort that I seen from them, John, in the game that they won, plus the first half of last week. That's a game that makes things differently, right? Mm-hmm. And you got to do that for a full 4 quarters.
And that's a part of winning culture. That's part of learning to win. And unfortunately, one of the learning curves of being a program that, was the bottom of the league for so many years, is there's a lot of lessons that come with learning how to try and get into that win column more often. Intensity, being consistent week to week, is one of those lessons.
Cuglietta kicks it off. Neshoba Moore back deep this time. And he's going to run the ball up. And a lot of gang tackling. St. Mary's is just on point tonight on defense. And, they're gang tackling and they're making everything, keeping everything in front and not letting White Pines get any breathing room. But
yeah, you have to give credit to St. Mary's. They came out here with a chip on their shoulder. A big loss earlier in the season, facing an 0-6 season right in the face. And that's something that just isn't what you think of when you think of St. Mary's football, and their players came out looking to answer.
Oh, 100%. Coach Jim Monaco got to get a lot of credit there. He had his staff get everybody on board tonight, and they came out guns blazing here early. And there's still 3 minutes left to go in this quarter, but they got to score. They got to get on the board, try and build some momentum. So. St. Mary's definitely committing to blocking, stopping the run, and Wingash Shawano in on the tackle there.
51, I believe.
Yeah, talented edge rusher. He's played a lot of football over the years for for St. Mary's and the SaberCats. He's getting a chance to have his name said here today. Probably won't be the last time we see him, but if you're White Pines, time kind of running out. They're making a real commitment to stop that run game. Try to get in your short to intermediate passing game.
100%. And that's that's the discussion I've had numerous times with my son. You guys got to keep the short passing game here. They're loading the box. Keep it short.
Nice little show pass to Hansani. He gets around.
Referee Chow getting in on the flag sticks here.
Brady Stevens with the tackle for the night.
Well, I like to see that fight at the end of the run. I don't know what the result's going to be, but Adam Son's, known for being a speed guy, but I've also seen him over the years as a lead blocker and just a guy in space. He loves to lay the boom too, and I used to have to tell him as a running player, you don't have to run a kid over every time. Sometimes you can just make someone miss in space. But nice to see that toughness come out in the finish of that run too. He was able to fight for a few extra yards.
So it looks like referee Chow called a face mask there on that tackle, and they were doing some hand fighting. And you know what? I'll be honest. I was trying to watch what was going on, but referee Chow saw what we didn't see, and that was a 15-yard penalty. So White Pines benefiting from a strong run by Adam Hussein, tacked on with a 15-yard penalty. So very pivotal drive right now for the White Pines Wolverines. And there they go. Finally, that's John, I've been telling my son all year long, you guys have to get that in your playbook. And when teams are over pursuing on defense and trying to blitz and get that extra backer in there, that's going to it's a recipe for success if you can freeze them and getting them to jump. So
yeah, and somebody might ask, why would you do that freeze player, that hard count? Well, you run freeze in Canadian football because not everyone's already at the line of scrimmage. You have guys moving, and it's trying to get the idea to the defense. They can time it up. And when you have a D-line that's playing very aggressive and they're jumping your snap count, that's a great way to neutralize them.
DJ Pine here with a strong run, running over a couple of players. And that's definitely enough for a first down, John. Tackled by number 66 for the St. Mary's Knights, Liam Dubois.
Well, it's great to see a little bit of intensity coming out in this O-line and the run game here, playing with a little bit more aggression and finishing strong.
And you know what? Didn't I mentioned to you earlier, John, I said when DJ gets to the line, instead of slowing down, he's got to run through them. And that time, that's what he did, right? Yeah. He just blew through the hole, and then he ran people over. He's such a strong kid, and I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout-out to my buddy Willard Pine. That's DJ's grandfather, longtime friend of mine. And Willard, if you're watching, hello, my friend. I hope you're doing well. So first down here for the White Pines Wolverines at the 44-yard line, it looks like. Can't tell if it's an ankle injury for the St. Mary's defender right now or not, but they have 2 members of their staff out having a look. And I don't know if you saw a number or not, John, but
No, I didn't catch it when he was down there. Looks like DJ might be coming out for a quick breather.
yeah, after that strong run, he deserves it.
Number 22 coming in, but another number I don't see on our roster sheet here.
No, it's not on there. There's a couple, and I was instructed to tell Mr. Figures to get the number sheets right here for me so we can call the right
Get
ones,
some update
right?
ones.
He's busy doing a lot of things down there at White Pines, and apparently he's the one that prints the sheets. So, first down.
Oh, and that time.
Neshoba made a mistake. They had the freeze call on again, and Neshoba made a big error there. That's going to cost them 5 yards for procedure. So, you know, these are the mental errors you can't have if you're trying to get in a football game.
Yeah, and you have to be able to run that freeze play, especially if the St. Mary's D-line is going to be as aggressive off the first step as they are.
And if you know Neshoba, like I know Neshoba, he's going to want to make up for that. You know, he was visibly frustrated that he blew that, and he's going to want to make up for it. And he's as tough as they come.
Yeah, and he might be the guy in that huddle saying, "Come to me right now, give me a shot."
Trying to get to Anthony Hunt.
You know, you got to give Cameron Cantalainen some great credit here today. He has been targeted in that matchup downfield several times today. I think that might be his 3rd or 4th knockdown here today alone. Just great coverage, great hand fighting, and attacking the ball at the high point. He's really been effective in shutting down Anthony Hunt here today.
Yeah, for sure. He's done a tremendous job. But, John, I'm old school, obviously. I don't like all the celebration and put your sword in there. Wow, that's way too much watching college football for me.
Well, I don't mind when the DBs actually do something. It's when they haven't done anything and they still celebrate that gets to me. Oh, you know what? There could have been a couple of penalties called on that play, to be honest. And
Arthur Vincent got in front of his. He made sure he got in front of his guy this time down here, and I think it's going to be pass interference down here. Referee Chow saw what I saw.
Definitely going to be pass interference, but that is the new standard definition of a peel back block. And
you know, he had both of his hands in front of him, though. That was not. You know, there was no blow to the head. He just got in front of him and pushed him down.
I think it was very close. I think that luckily Mr. Edwards has the final say down there, and he had a good look at it, so he decided not against it. And then showed more going up between 2 players and got very fortunate there because that ball really wasn't going to be likely to be caught by him, but both St. Mary's players just arriving too early.
Yeah, the one that was chasing Neshoba had his hand on his back, and I think you're right. Like, the ball would look like it was a little bit overthrown. I'm not sure he would have came down with it, but he definitely impeded him from doing anything with it. So.
Yeah, just getting sandwiched too early before the ball was even arriving. So I think that was a good call, definitely for sure. Getting the stick crew in the right spot here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to mark it around the 34-yard line. So, you know, White Pines has to get on the scoreboard here before the half, John. And this is their opportunity to keep it rolling. You know, they're getting some benefit from some of the penalties, so they got to take full advantage of that.
DJ Pine back in here.
Looks like he got about 4 yards on that one, 3 or 4 anyways.
Fine up the middle again.
Good for 4. Second down and 6.
4 yards.
2 minutes to go. Did we already get the 3-minute warning from referee Edwards? Because I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it, but we're definitely getting
We're definitely
stops
inside
after
that.
whistles. Yeah.
Here's that speed option. Adam was saying never want to
Nice little play.
shy off from.
Shovel toss.
Oh, there we go. Referee Chow got that one. Referee Edwards, everybody.
Yeah, these might be offsetting, though, because another White Pines player came in after that and gave a shove, too. And if that ends up being the case, that's just stuff you can't be engaging in. I mean, you just got the flag that put them in their own red zone. And if this ends up being offsetting,
Well, that's fine because it was post-celebration, right? So Adam Hussein was already down when that went down. So
oh, for sure. But, we could be talking about being on the, the 5-yard line now or
yeah,
instead
no,
of the 20-yard line.
You're right, John. That's a smart analysis of that for sure. But they got to, Coach Monaco's got to be going. What are you doing, right? And as well as Coach Baswell over there, keep your composure. That's something you got to tell them. Like that didn't need to happen, right?
Especially when, let St. Mary's do the mistakes in that moment. There's no need to retaliate. But I think White Pines got off scot-free here. All those flags seem to have been for the initial unnecessary roughness, so that works out for White Pines. But if I'm on that sideline, I'm also going up to Jacob Day after that play and go, just don't engage. That could have wiped out everything that just happened there.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Jacob Day is no angel. He is great at getting in other people's kitchen here.
Yeah, he's a pest.
He can get in your kitchen like you can't believe, and keep his composure. He just he's a terrific defender. He played basketball for me in the, last winter, and I love the kid to death. Right, him and just affectionately known by his colleagues as Cobb, and just what a great kid, and just makes me. I'll tell you one thing, John. Every practice, that kid made me laugh. He'd do something, and I didn't have an answer for it. Right, so.
I had pretty similar experience coaching him through junior. He was that player who was always goofing around in practice, and you'd always have to try to redirect him. And you want to be mad at him, but he'll do something that'll make you laugh when you're scolding him.
Yeah.
And it kind of deletes it all. But then you go into the game, and he does exactly what you were asking him to do, and you thought he wasn't paying attention. And he's listening. He's just testing you as a coach the whole time.
Testing is a good word. He would do some things with me last year. I had nothing to say, but I just started laughing.
He's a character. That's the way I would describe it.
I never been referred to as bruh so many times. And that was kind of the joke with me and him now going forward. Every time I see him, it's, hey, bruh. So it looks like White Pines is around the 6 or 7 yard line here. Karen Pine lining up from the gun. Keeping the ball. He's got some blockers out in front of him. Neshoba kind of got off that block, and I think he could have got Garen right in the end zone there.
I think that was Cole Revay who's playing double duty that made that play on the outside.
Well, there's lots of St. Mary's players going both ways. This is obviously an important game for them. They want to break that goose egg more than anything, in the win column, and now they're trying to keep the goose egg off the on the board for as far as defense goes. So showing a lot of pride here. So, but this is a touchdown needed drive here.
Well, great job by Garen Pine there, extending that play, getting away from pressure, getting the ball off, but hit as he throws, targeting Anthony Hunt there in the corner of the end zone, just wasn't able to get it off cleanly. And now, you have to go for it here, Coach, I think.
Oh, I can tell you right now, my son, Garen Pine, looked over at the sideline, and my son, the head coach of White Pines, said, you're going for it. Get it in the end zone. I know exactly what he's saying. He might have framed it up in as nice of words that I did, but he wants the ball in the end zone here. Minute 15 to go here in the first half. And they're going with a run. I'm not sure that I agreed with that.
Wingash Shawana again on another stop, just pinching from that DN position. And a turnover on downs. And credit to this St. Mary's defense here today. I mean, White Pines is loaded with talent. They're loaded with third-year players. This really should be the most dangerous offense or most interesting offense in the league, but they've really been stunted by the interior of this St. Mary's crew. And we talked about it before. Coach Monaco and crew, they had this team ready to come out and play with a little bit of meanness and edge to them, and they've done that here today.
Yeah, that's credit to them. They came out and they're playing the game that they wanted to play, and that's credit to the coaching staff for having his team ready to go. And White Pines has just come out flat today for some reason. And I was honest, John, I was really expecting a great matchup here. And
somewhere around their own 10. Juma keeps it.
Juma tackled, nice hard tackle there by number 11, Steve
Good yards.
Day
Taken down
Nolan.
by number 11,
Yeah,
Stephen
great
Day
hit in
Nolan.
open space and 11 on 11, violence there as Juma's a good runner in space. Steve Nolan came in though, committed to his angle, ran right through the tackle. I think they're gonna call a flag on that.
I'm not sure what the flag is.
I hope they didn't call another personal foul on a tackle like that.
No,
Oh, no, it's going to be on St. Mary's.
Must have been a hold at some point. I didn't see referee Edwards give us the indication what it was here, but, White Pines might have a timeout or two left.
It'll be second down.
So after that strong tackle, it's going to move them back 5, so it must have been a procedure penalty. And this is second down, so if they can get a stop here, this could be give them another shot at it here. Form tackle by Neshoba Moore, well done.
Yeah, and Jaheim Pro Didier's been a strong runner in space. The last thing you want to do, like we said earlier, was try to, arm tackle or try and take a guy down by reaching for him. Neshoba Moore wasn't messing around. He just got low, got wrapped around the legs.
Third down.
Technique all the way through that play, and just great stop there by Neshoba. Now we have a third down deep in St. Mary's zone. And if you're Coach Monaco here, you take a safety, I think, and just make White Pines have to march the field.
Well, he's kicked the ball really well, and they've stymied White Pines on offense here. So the only person they have back is Jacob Day, and I'm not liking this at all. But
they're going to send it.
He got it away. There was not enough yards there, I'll be honest. He fielded that at the 47, and that defender was on the 40, but referee Chow must have indicated that he wasn't close enough for that, but they got 51 seconds remaining roughly, and they are on the 36-yard line, so White Pines still have plenty of time here to get on the board, and I can't tell you how critical it is for them to get a score here and get on the board.
Well, play clock stops after every whistle in the final 3 minutes of the half, only restarting after a run play once it's blown in. If after a pass or an incomplete, it'll be on the official blowing it in. So 50 seconds here, 51 seconds in the final 3 minutes is quite a bit of time.
And you got to think St. Mary's is still bringing that coverage, sending people in, so.
Yeah, extra man coming on the pressure. Garen Pine throwing where the pressure comes from. Oh, what? I am not sure what that was there.
Arthur Vincent caught it, fumbled it. It looked like it went off of one of the White Pines defenders, picked it up, dropped it, and it looked like Arthur Vincent recovered it again. I'm not positive. I'd have to see it all on film. But
I'm not sure if he thought he was trying to do a lateral while he was going down or what. It looked like he whipped the ball to the ground somehow.
Well, he was getting spun backwards, and I just don't think he had a great bite on the ball. But nonetheless, they got a first down out of it, and now they're at the 26-yard line.
I just want to go back to that play. Great job by Garen Pine there. He threw to where the pressure was coming from. That's something you teach young quarterbacks all the time. Throw to where the blitz is vacating.
Yep,
and
there's
another one
to
right there.
Arthur Vincent.
Little fire pass right up the middle, tackle by Carton.
And that's the type of stuff that if St. Mary's wants to send 6-7 guys, have a route going right in behind that linebacker who's vacating his zone. Like, that's easy, quick yards, gets the ball off quickly, and that's how you take a team's pressure package away from them.
3 or 4.
DC coordinator Ray Duplin going out to talk to his troops, but I think it was White Pines that called the timeout there. So second down and about, what did you say, 3 or 4 over there, John?
Yeah, it looks about 4 yards to me from here.
And I know my son, I call him Little Riverboat Ron there, but if they get down this time and they're not able to get it in, I take the field goal opportunity. I know McCorkle's gone, but Neshoba Moore is an ample substitute, and I think you got to get on the board, break the goose egg, build some momentum off of that.
Yeah, and just get that mentality of having that goose egg off of the young players.
We've scored now. Now we know what we got to do to score and get back in, right?
Yeah.
You never know. You could get a kickoff return for a touchdown just like that if you kick one. We've talked about it numerous times. Both teams have special kick returners here, but I'll tell you, if they get the ball in Adam Hussein's hand, he has the opportunity to run one back. So
whether you're down by 17 or 4-21, still a 3-score game.
well, great defensive play there by number 17, Giordano. And this is going to bring third down up, and I think my son's going for it, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, 22 seconds, still plenty of time still. I mean, that's enough time for a couple of plays.
Yeah,
I say try and get the first down at the very least here.
Yeah, they're on third down here. They got to get 3 yards.
Another timeout called here.
I don't know who called timeout there. I think, based by the booth, it was
St.
Coach
Mary's.
Monaco called that timeout. I think they got to go to that pitch out to get Garen Pine out again in space and at least try and get 3 yards off of that.
Yeah, especially if the defense here is thinking pass game, right? Maybe not going to be so aggressive on that edge. Maybe not going to be able to send enough guys to attack the lead blockers on the edge. That could be a good call here. You just want to make sure it's a good snap, and if you do pitch it, that it's a clean pitch, that you're not trying to do it while under pressure.
So it looks like 3 yards is the number here that I'm looking at. So this is a pretty long timeout.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Referee Edwards just giving the old, okay,
Get off
boys,
the field.
Get off the field. Let's go. Well, what's your play call here? They obviously don't have Adam Hussein in the game right now, so.
Oh, that's going to be close. I think they might have just got enough.
Referee Jardine is showing a short spot. I think that's a turnover on downs. I don't think he got there.
Just waiting for the official call here from Mr. Edwards. And the defense is coming off the field. They believe they made the stop.
Well, referee Edwards just pointed that defense is.
That's St. Mary's football.
I don't understand why they're running up the middle. They got to run where the ball is, they've been crowding that middle, and it's so hard to get 4 yards. I know you want to get them, but
Yeah, maybe we're hoping to see a quick arrow route or something that's, just out of that bunch formation on the right or something, just to get the ball off quick. Let one of your playmakers get open into space.
I can't tell you how much they're missing Ethan McCorkle right now. It's a monumental loss. He's out here doing the sticks for them because he's injured with his injury. So,
Again, you have to think about the impact it makes on the entire offense. I mean, now they're going to double team Neshoba more. They're going to put safety help over to his side. There's nobody that demands respect quite like Neshoba on the other side without McCorkle.
Pro
Diddy caught earlier.
J.D. Boyer.
J.D. Boyer with the tackle. Finally figured out who number 2 is.
Well, JD, another solid young football player. He's got a couple years left to go in senior still. Great stop. It's nice to see them finally get to Pro Didier behind the line of scrimmage. Boyer, another one of those players just in grade 12 this year, so he's going to be counted on next year to be one of the leaders on this team.
If he comes back, for sure.
Yeah, if he comes back.
This is the last play of the half. So, folks, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
One live.
White Pines trying for a quick onside and wrapped up quickly and tackled.
Return for the second half.
I can't see the number. It looks like 90 for the White Pines Wolverines. Ben Potter. That's a name I haven't called. Last week I called his name a whole bunch of times. And tonight, that's the first time I've called his name.
Yeah, Ben Potter, another one of the veteran kids on this team. He's been playing for White Pines for a lot of years. Some injury issues have kept him from playing as much football as he would like. Good to see him back out there this year. Well, Coach, I think we'd both agree. You know, for those that were tuning in for was hoping to be a good game here today, it's been a disappointing start to things. St. Mary's certainly coming out with a bit of pep and fire, trying to get that goose egg out of their win column, and White Pines just wasn't ready for the challenge of trying to go for that third spot in the playoff bracket this year.
You know, every game this year, they started out, you know, with some intensity and not flat, and then tonight they came out and no other way I can put it, but they laid an egg.
That punched in the mouth a bit.
But it's not how many times you get knocked down, it's whether you pick it back up again. So.
Take the sweep to the outside.
Didi Alibi and Arthur Vincent in on the tackle.
Yeah, it's a good patience there by Cole Reve, just letting this box fight a couple of extra yards for him there. You know, a little bit of Le'Veon Bell in his step there once he got behind a couple of his guys. He was able to turn about a 4-yard gain into first down by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's credit to him on that run for sure. I don't think he looked too happy after the tackle.
Oh, and a face mask coming out too here at the end of the play. So
no, I did not see that. So
tack on another 15 here for St. Mary's.
Well, referee Hazelton's going to need some 8-5-3-5 for the amount of flags he's thrown this evening.
Spotted at the 50 at the end of the run. Add the face mask. That'll take him right down to the 35-yard line of the Wolverines.
Definitely not the way you want to start the second half if you're the White Pines team.
No, and I think the message at halftime has to be forget the scoreline, pretend you're starting out here. Well, I mean, theoretically, you got to pretend that this game is really just 17-0 based on the way the tiebreaker situation will work, but more specifically, think 0-0, play with some pride. Make sure a guy across from you has respect for you at the end of the day.
Handoff up the middle. Pro Didier bouncing his way outside. Or sorry, Hunter Jackson, my bad.
Jackson with the touchdown.
Yeah,
well, and that's a first. I just seen a White Pines player give up on a play.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been the story of the day. White Pines just doesn't have the same intensity that St. Mary's has today, and that's disappointing coming in with the magnitude of this game for this program. You know, a chance to leapfrog St. Mary's for an entire season. And this is a young St. Mary's squad. I mean, they're relatively inexperienced when it comes to senior football. There was a chance to elevate this White Pines program to a level they haven't been to in over 15 years, and they just didn't rise to the occasion here today.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give them credit, though, for the start that they had to this year and how they've come together. But this is definitely disappointing from my vantage point, how the last, call it the last 3 quarters I've seen based on, you know, the first half and the last quarter of the last game that I watched them. You know, these kids never showed any, you know, that they were going to give up at all. And then I've seen some players giving up, and I don't know, frustration setting in, but man.
Well, and that was the mindset and mentality that's allowed this White Pines program to come back the way it has the last few years, is even when this team was down during the junior rebuild in the first couple of years where they were the severe underdogs with the least amount of experience on the field, they were just a team that you could never say were giving up in a game. They fought and they played tough. And I don't know if it's just getting ahead of themselves, thinking that they've already taken that next step. You just haven't seen that same determination and bite from this team in the last, you know, 3 quarters or so of the season.
Now these last 25 minutes, essentially, because it was 12 in the first quarter, 12 in the second quarter, and a minute here. Like, man, you know, I'd hate to see them walk away and say, hey, that's how I finished my high school football career, right? So.
You made mention of it too, like there's still another game here. It looks like it's going to be more and more likely that it's Cora they face for the final game. But football, anything can happen, especially if you decide to open up the playbook, put some stuff on film that hasn't been there before. there's a chance, but you were really hoping that this team would come out with some determination here today, and St. Mary's is just taking the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, you know what? I was just hoping for a Superior Heights White Pines match number 3 because the first couple were so entertaining. And the Neshoba here trying to give himself a run back, and he's got a lane. He's got some room. Good for Neshoba here with a strong run. And finally tackled by number 13 from Diego Garcia. That's the most hard I've seen today on a play. So,
well, it's going to take your leaders like Neshoba to inject some life into this offense here and this team in general. You're hoping that Garrett and Pine and company try to put some points up here in the second half just to get this bad taste out of their mouth going into the playoffs.
100%. So they're going to take over on their own 45-yard line. So that's probably the second best field position that they've had. And, you know, let's see what Coach Robinson Wright has adjusted here for these guys in the second half.
Pass a little bit too high, ball's incomplete.
Garen way overthrowing Neshoba there. I don't know what the planned route was, but
yeah, it's just not in lockstep today, and it just goes across all 3 phases of the game. We've seen some special teams mistakes with some bad long snaps. You know, defensive effort just hasn't been there when it comes to trying to stop the run. And on offense, an offensive passing game that's usually pretty crisp and maybe the most entertaining passing system in the league. Really haven't seen that come together here today.
oh, Garen, I'm not sure. He had Arthur Vincent. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be just a crosser across the middle there, but Art seemed to be running like more of a vertical than it was a cross. So
yeah, I think there's a little bit of element too with Garen trying to be too perfect now with playing from behind, maybe short arming his passes a bit instead of, you know, just letting the ball go to where it's supposed to. I think sometimes with young quarterbacks what happens, they start trying to place the ball when they're afraid of making a mistake instead of playing to make the big play. And the last couple of throws just seem like place throws instead of just putting it where it needs to be.
Oh, strong boot by Neshoba Moore. Fielded by number 20, Micah Cuglietta. He's got an edge. He's got the Jets turned on. Ben Potter missed him.
Cuglietta.
What a return.
All the way back for the touchdown.
Well, you know what? Great play by Cuglietta. Ran the way that you're supposed to on a return, just full speed, looking for space. But again, just a lot of bad angles by White Pines, almost like they're not trying to get their head in the way. And when that's the case, St. Mary's, they're going to take advantage. I mean, they're playing with pride here today. St. Mary's is not happy with the way the season has gone, and they're taking it out on a White Pines team here today that just doesn't seem to have that same kick they normally have.
Yeah, but let's give credit where credit's due. St. Mary's come up with a game plan, and they've executed it to perfection tonight.
And their players have wanted it.
They definitely wanted it. And you know what? I'm sure that that zeros on the win column has been, you know, bugging them for the last 5 weeks, obviously. And they're making a difference tonight. And Coach Monaco had his team ready. And I'm interested to see how this St. Mary's team plays next week.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think my thought on the St. Mary's team all season has been this is probably the youngest team in the league. A lot of young players that are only going to get better as they get more experience, more tread on their tires. And they're really starting to come into their own identity these last couple of weeks. Even against Cora, they struggled to get in the end zone, but they moved the ball great for a lot of drives. And then some extracurriculars after the play here and another flag. And that's going to be a 15-yarder for sure, just based on it being thrown so late.
Who was the flag on?
Yeah, I'm not positive. There was some jarring going on between both teams there. I'm just not sure who said what crossed the line.
Well, Neshoba's pointing at the St. Mary's team. Maybe it'll be of the variety for. I'm losing my mind here tonight.
It's going to be on St. Mary's here probably as a personal or
what's the other
objectionable
word?
Conduct.
Objectionable conduct is the word, obviously, but taunting was the word I was trying to dig out of my brain here. But But folks, we're at the 9:22 mark, and because of the differential of greater than 35 or greater points, the rest of the game will be run on a straight time. So we will get out of here a little bit earlier than we did last week. Last week, I think I got home at 11:30 after that late game.
Yeah, that Friday game was a tough one for anyone who was here or watching at home. 2 different delays, one being an ambulance Friday, the other being a lightning delay. Clear skies here and no wind, so I don't see weather being a factor in keeping us here any later than we need to be here tonight. But coming into this, I don't think any of us expected this was going to be a blowout where you're going to end up in straight time here in the third quarter.
You know, I knew there was concern that a couple of the injuries that White Pines have, and right now, you know, you're going to give everybody a chance to play. If I'm Coach Baswa, get some players in and rest for the next week because you got a battle. See what Neshoba Moore here can do.
Neshoba Moore gets to close to the 40-yard line.
Well, good team tackling from St. Mary's once again. And again, extracurriculars after the play. You know, I think both coaching staffs need to talk to their players and remind them that you accumulate too many of those today, you're missing the playoffs next week, tomorrow, or next week too.
Yeah, I don't know who that one was against. I know Neshoba was trying to get up and they were pinning it down, but I seen him pushing down, so I'm not sure who this is going to go against. Look for referee Edwards. And if you're Coach Monaco and Coach Baswell, you're pulling your kids to the side and going, look, let's not be stupid about things. Michelle was over on the bench over there, so I got to think that that's against him. They're going over to have a conversation with.
Yeah, and that just might be a warning that he's at 2 strikes already today, and if he gets a third, he's missing next week too. And that might be why he was pulled off the field here.
I don't remember him getting a UR before that, so.
There's been so many today, and I haven't seen who they've all gone against, but there's been a lot for both teams, and I think that's why I'm saying both sidelines have to be reminding their guys, hey, there's consequences to getting, you know, 2 OCs or a combination of 3 of either OCs or URs. So, you know, if you get any of those combinations and you get your strikes to the max here today, you're missing next week in the playoffs too, and there's been a lot of 15-yarders handed out here today.
Well, did Neshoba get ejected from the game?
I don't know if he's necessarily ejected. He might be getting taken out just to protect him for next week.
Well, we're going to see what the penalty is. We're looking for referee Edwards here. Rough play. White Pines. 15 yards.
I know personally with the game the way it is, if
he's leaving the field, so is he ejected?
Well, he doesn't have to leave the field if he's ejected.
Well, he's taking his helmet and going.
Yeah. I mean, if
or
that's
maybe he's just taking a walk and cooling down.
If that's the case, that just another major blow to this White Pines team going into next week, because that's your star player right there, and you need him against Cora. And the only other possibility that I can think of it wasn't accumulation is if it was a punch thrown or something along those lines.
It looked like he was shoving them down, but maybe it was a punch. I couldn't tell. Garen just throwing that to the middle of nowhere.
Over the head of Didi Alaba.
And, you know, there was time on that throw, too, and I think just the amount of pressure that Garen's been under here today, he might be rushing things instead of going through his progressions. Maybe not trusting his O-line to give him the time he needs. That one looked like a throwaway, just trying to avoid the sack.
Well, Neshoba's making that walk all the way around, so unless my son just sent them to the showers to make sure. I'm hoping that's the case because they can't afford to be without him and McCorkle right now, obviously. So Garen Pine trying to get one out. You got to be looking for the ball here. You can run your routes, but you got to look for the ball.
Yeah, I knew had 2 players in that vicinity that could have worked their way back to it. Neither one really made that effort. And you don't.
I'm going to see if I can find out from Neshoba what you got thrown out for. So see if we can keep this going.
Well, Well, White Pines facing third and very long here. Looking at a 25-yard jaunt to try and get another first down here. And the offense is going to stay on the field. So offense is going to go for it here, and they're going to run it back to the end zone and just take the knee for an intentional safety here. Force St. Mary's to march the full length of the field on the next drive. And that will make it 40-0 here with about 3:45 left to go in the third quarter.
So you're just ejected for this one? Are you good for next week?
St. Mary's is going to take over from the 35-yard line now after the intentional safety. We'll see if Juma and company remain on the field in this blowout or if they're going to let somebody else come in. The one thing to consider here, St. Mary's other quarterback, Alex Hayes, is not healthy yet, still out with a shoulder injury, so it will be Juma who comes out on the field just based on the fact there's not another quarterback on the roster, I don't think. Or maybe not. I'd see Juma coming off the field now.
So I just spoke with Neshoba there. He said when he was in the pile, the St. Mary's defender, one of them had him by the throat, and another one was twisting on his ankles when he was down on the ground, and he was trying to get up. He told them to let him go, and when they wouldn't, he shoved on them, and the referee thought it was a punch. So he's ejected for this game. Depends on how it's written up for the next game, whether he's out or not, but he seemed to be the impression that he's just gone for this game.
I know for sure if it's a accumulation of penalties, it's out for next game too. I'm not sure if it's going to be a...
Well, that was his only one that I've seen, so
Yeah.
Arthur Vincent here on the tackle, along with Wayne Jones-Reed.
By the time this next play goes off, we'll be at about 2 minutes left to go in the third. St. Mary's our run-first team. They'll no doubt just continue to follow that game script for the rest of the game and try to run down the clock even more.
So a minute 58 here, counting down on the clock. Juma back at quarterback, rolling out to his right. And the play was incomplete. Covering on the play.
Pass intended for 81.
I can't see who's out there.
Cole Bailey. Ruled incomplete. That'll set up
Number
third down.
18, Damon Belanger, covering on that play against Cole Bailey. And that's going to force St. Mary's to punt.
Yeah, we haven't seen Juma throw very much here today. Gotten a little bit of a rollout, which we saw a lot more from him last week against Cora, just because the game script called for a little bit more balance. St. Mary's really hasn't had to balance out their offense here today. Their run game has worked to perfection, and as a result, they've dominated this game to this point.
Punt here, strong punt by Grayson Giordano. Jacob Davey.
Ball's picked up.
Another flag on that one as the crowd took Jacob Day down.
Yeah, it looked like a potential face mask. Jacob's head bob went straight down. So if I'm Coach Monaco, you know, I'm up big right now, 40-0, right? And I'm going to tell my kids, you guys got to be really smart here. You can't get yourself in a position where you're doing some foolish things and you get yourself kicked out of the next game.
Yeah, no doubt. We've just seen so many of those 15-yarders thrown out here, and we don't necessarily get told which numbers they're being accumulated against.
That's a rough play against
But you have to
tonight.
think just based on the sheer amount of them, there's at least one player who's right on the fringe of being one too many here.
Yeah, and that was a rough play. It looks like something to do with close to a head blow, I would assume. Or referee Edwards didn't really give us the scene, but I was looking at referee Hazelton on what he had.
First and 10 from the 50.
Well, we mentioned it earlier. You just want to see something from White Pines here, a sign of life that gets them rolling into next week with some momentum. Because this is going to be a hard game to get the taste out of your mouth from if you don't have something positive to build off of here today.
When you come out, referee Edwards and referee Hazelton now going over to their players.
I think that might be a warning there that that player is at their last strike too. Maybe giving the coach a chance to decide to bench the player himself and avoid risking it. Because I haven't seen that warning conversation happen yet with the St. Mary's sideline, so I would have to think that's the conversation being had
I
here.
would think I alluded to that earlier, that you'd probably want to have that conversation with your players, and it's a pretty long conversation. And if Jim didn't agree with it, he'd be getting a little bit adamant about that. So.
Well, even as a coach myself, if my team has taken that many today, I'm having a hard time keeping track of who's on that list myself. At some point, I want to go to the officials and go, can you tell me which numbers you have on your card there? Because I need to know who I'm protecting for next week.
Well, referee Monaco, long-standing legend coach at St. Mary's, making his way down the end of the sideline there, and standing beside one of his players, but...
I'd also have to say there's a lot of his former players.
Swallowed up pretty good. Not seeing who's down on the ground here.
A mass sub in for St. Mary's. You'd think that this is going to be their punt team here, third down.
Looked like Ben Potter in on the tackle for White Pines along with Steve Day Nolan.
Ben Potter with the tackle.
Jacob Day back deep.
I think you're seeing a lot of subs here on special teams now with the game being what it is, because a lot of players unsure of their positioning.
And no yards.
And another
Smart for Anthony Hunt there to jump on the football. Well, they had a defender in the vicinity, so probably be the 5-yard variety if I had to guess, John.
Yeah. I don't think that was a play that would constitute failure to try and vacate.
Well, before we get too far carried away for you here, wishing you and the Sioux College team good luck this weekend. You're up against a strong opponent, but I'm sure that Coach Orzetti and the gang over there are going to have their team, ready to give their best possible effort, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, and a good chance for a very young Sioux College team in the CJFL to go and play at the field that's kind of become the golden gem of the OFC, and they usually have a big crowd, very talented team. So at the very least, it's going to be a very good experience for our young team. And who knows, in football, with as much talent as we have, maybe a chance to steal one.
Well, that play got blown up in a hurry. Big number 73 there for Deacon Lesage, making his presence known here in the middle of the field.
Well, the entire defense hasn't been rolled out, but there's some subs going in, and a chance for a lot of these players to get some experience. Not the biggest bench we've ever seen at St. Mary's, that's for sure. They usually have quite a crew, but certainly an opportunity for some of those guys to get a chance. I just noticed White Pines has Owen Bouchard in at quarterback, giving Garen Pine a chance to stay healthy and rest for next week.
Yeah, no sense getting your star players hurt with in a meaningless score game right now with 40 seconds to go. So
I had a chance to talk to Owen in the last week or so. He's thinking this will be his last year for him.
Who's that, sorry?
Owen Bouchard. I kind of gave him a hard time. Told him to come back and play quarterback for a year, and said not really on my bingo list. So.
Oh, he had Arthur Vincent in the flats there with number 51 for the St. Mary's Knights trailing Jacarton.
Pretty good pass, great placement, good footwork, good release. Just couldn't reel it in, Arthur Vincent there, which is not in his character. Usually a pretty dependable player no matter what position you're asking him to play.
Yeah, and that's St. Mary's will. Was that third down?
I think that was second down. We just haven't seen the chain gang flip the card yet.
Yeah, they're going to have to come up with somebody else to punt the ball, obviously, because the show was gone.
Oh, that was a turnover.
That was a turnover on
downs. I'm not
downs.
sure what's going on with the sticks, though. They do not
They
seem
just
to know
haven't
that.
marked the marker yet. They haven't moved the marker yet.
quite a few subs in now as the coaching staff for St. Mary's trying to coach up some guys in their positions.
Cuglietta turning the corner.
And Cuglietta, he's in.
Touchdown. Well, you know what? This second half for Micah Cuglietta has been one he'll probably remember for a long time. A special teams touchdown and now a sweet touchdown on offense.
Plus some great kicks.
Some great kicks. I mean, great game for him overall, and a player that's really getting a chance to shine here at St. Mary's. He's got some good speed, too. Some underrated speed for sure.
Well, we're getting down to that chance in the game, and Jay, I apologize. We forgot to do the players of the game for the first game, but for tonight, I don't know. Maybe you could take the St. Mary's one, and I'll try and find somebody from White Pines.
Yeah,
for our players of the game.
I think that this guy was challenged a lot on defense here today and stepped up to the occasion every time. I think it's Cameron Kutalainen. Had about 4 or 5 knockdowns on deep shots today, and that really stunted a lot of White Pines' offensive drives. So that would be the guy that stuck out to me the most today.
Yeah, you know what? For me, it's I'll give you an honorable mention to Steve Day-Nolan with 6 tackles. But for me tonight, Arthur Vincent kind of stood out for me. You know, he made a bunch of catches, made some tackles, went both ways, and he showed the heart and hustle that this White Pines team is normally used. The look we're usually getting from them. So for me, player of the game, Arthur Vincent tonight.
Yeah, I like that pick. Just Mr. Steady and consistent. His effort doesn't change regardless of the situation on the field. He's that type of veteran leader that you want, where he's just going to play to the same degree of intensity no matter what's going on in the field. Unfortunately, didn't inspire too many of his teammates around him today, as there was a lot of flatness from White Pines, but certainly have a lot of respect for Arthur Vincent. Both you and I have coached him at different sports at White Pines, and always one of the favorites on the coaching staff.
Yeah, it looks like they're letting St. Mary's sure take their time here on this special teams. 47-0 to score. Full marks for the St. Mary's football team as a whole. Coaching staff and players alike came out ready to play, and should make for an very interesting 2-3 game next week, and see what the battle is going to be. Coach DeSando will have his team ready to rock and roll, I'm sure. I've seen them practice a little bit earlier today, and they're going to come up against the St. Mary's team, and it's going to be a strong battle. So, and I'm really hoping that White Pines can come out with a stronger effort next week against Cora and make it a respectable game. I really think when they're playing their best football and they're locked in, they're in good shape, and they really need to play together next week. So there's Adam Hussein flashing his speed on the sideline, pushed out of bounds at the 40-yard line, and referee Edwards is having none of the extracurriculars.
Beautiful run. It's clear across 35. Hard hit out of bounds.
Yeah, there's just been so many 15-yarders thrown in this game. It's crazy. I mean, especially when the game's at this point in time. What's the risk of getting one of your players ejected or maxing themselves out with URs or OCs for next week?
Well, I think referee Edwards is calling that on Adam Hussein. I think he just took liberty from them not getting off of him when he was on the sideline there. So him and referee Hazelton are having a conversation, and we're down under the minute mark. So folks, tomorrow night, be prepared. We're going to get treated to another great game between Superior Heights and Cora in both the junior and senior. Notice the start times. One will be at 4:45 for the junior game, and the senior game will not start to 8 o'clock in order for everyone to pay their respects to Rob Grev, who passed away tragically over the course of the last week and a half. So it'll be a tough day for a lot of people, including myself, and thoughts go out to Patty, Anastasia, and Danielle, and Peter. My heart is just with them, and tomorrow we'll be able to say hello and give them our condolences. So 10 seconds winding down here, folks. I don't even think they're going to get this play off. I think referee Edwards is just going to let it play so the shenanigans will stop. Final score from Superior Heights Field, 47 for St. Mary's, 0 for White Pines. Game, set, match. See you tomorrow night, folks.
Final week, regular season is